know that it's actually two things. One is, if you're familiar with Google Docs, slides, sheets, there's a whole angle to Duet AI there, which is it helps you write emails, create slides, etc. This talk is not about that. This talk is about Duet AI for developers, or in other words, users of Google Cloud. This is all in preview, it's not yet released, so what you're seeing is something that's probably not out there, but I'll just show that to you. Hopefully soon you'll get some sort of information whether this is GA or not, but you can still sign up for preview if you want to. So this is a title, right? Your assistant in Google Cloud. And we'll start off first of all with like why, right? Why do we need this Duet AI? What is the problem that we are trying to solve? In other words, you've probably seen this slide if you were awake during the keynote, which is where do we think, or what is actually currently the status with Google Cloud users? Some of you said that you have used Google Cloud, yes, or any other cloud. Do you even identify with some of these issues? We know cloud is not easy to learn. It's always confusing. There are these 50, 100 services. Where do I start? How do I get started with one of these services? Do I have a documentation or two? Where can I search it? I mean, obviously every time the answer will be, yes, there is documentation. Yes, go and search. Oh, here is the link, right? But what this ends up doing, as you can see, is it takes away all your cycles. Because you're probably an editor, now you want to try something, so you're saying, now let me go and search the docs. Or let me maybe check that email where someone had sent me a link, etc., etc. Sometimes it's just about onboarding and learning. Tell me what this service is about. What does it do? How can I get started? Can I even see a more simple, let's say, hello world example of saying how do I use cloud pops up in Google Cloud if I have to publish a message, right? So the point is that documentation is there, help is there, Stack Overflow might be there, X, Y, Z, all sorts of information is out there, right? But what we've done now is there a way to give a unified experience in order to get all this from a little chat assistant, right? And where should this chat assistant be? Any questions? Any thoughts? Obviously, one would be the editor. Suppose you're a developer, it should be in the IDEs that you are familiar, used to, right? So maybe VS Code or IntelliJ, family of tools, etc. Where else should it be? Any thoughts? Remember, you are a user, let's say, of Google Cloud. What is the tool that you use most frequently at times? Anyone? The console. You go into Google Cloud Console, you log in, you're navigating some services. So obviously, while you're doing something there, this assistant should be even available somewhere on that surface, right? Now this broadens the scope actually. Why should an assistant, so if I go back to the title, why should Duet AI be there only for developers? Developers are one puzzle of this whole thing, right? There are folks who are operators, DevOps. You're running applications on Google Cloud, you run into issues. Is there some way Duet AI can be helpful to them also, right? So for example, if there's an error, where do you all go? Where do you go to search? In the logs, right? Sorry, it's an obvious question. You go and search in the logs. But you go and search in the logs, you're probably, if you're in Google Cloud, you're going to Cloud Logging Explorer, searching for logs and doing something. How many of you even understood the error message that's printed there? Not me, most of the times. So what if Duet AI even helps you? That this message means this. And then you can ask follow-up questions saying, can you tell me how do I possibly fix this? Right? So think about that also. Now suppose if you are a data analyst, you're working in Collab Enterprise, the notebooks, or if you are in BigQuery, trying to write a SQL query, what if Duet AI is also present inside of that to help you writing the SQL queries, helping you complete things? So you get the picture, right? It's not just about developers, but it's also about operators. It's also about data analysts. It's also about even security folks. We have it even for security. So if you go into our security services, you can, and if you see a certain kind of a threat, you can ask their assistant a question. What this tells you is that the context, how many of you have learned about prompts, writing prompts, right? Yes, no, hands up. Hands up. But you learned about writing prompts. What is the first thing that they tell you about, before you even say, give me the answer to this, what do they tell you to ground it? There's a context, there's a prologue. So they, sometimes you say, assume you are this, assume you know this. Don't give me answers that you don't know about, or refer to this knowledge base before answering the question. So in this case, if you were actually the designer, creator or Duet AI, and if someone gave you a question saying, what is Cloud SQL in Google Cloud? What do you think the prologue should be? You are not giving the prologue. You're only asking a question here. So behind the scenes, we build the context. That assume you're a Google Cloud expert, assume this is the documentation you have to go through, user is asking about this, and this is the user's question, please go and answer. That's why when you learn about or you hear about grounding when it comes to these tools, this is what is happening behind the scenes when Duet is working. I'm just digressing a little, but just giving you the context of how things work. So, we are okay, we understand this is an issue, there needs to be a more efficient way of navigating any cloud services. We accept. The first thing is we've accepted that it's not an easy thing for anyone to learn cloud. With 100 services, nobody knows any of these services. Anyone in my experience who says, I think I understand all the services of any cloud provider is most likely not in touch with reality or smoked something and come to the particular event. But anyway, here is a kind of an example or a sample prompt that you may ask, right? I'm new. Can you help me do this particular task? This is one kind of a task. Another kind of task, coding part. Remember we talked a little bit in the earlier one. Can I summarize my code? Can you explain the code? Can you tell me what's happening? Can you translate? One sort of an example here that help me understand this code. Next one, we're developers. We don't like to write tests, but we have to write it. We need to have more test coverage. So is there a way it can look at my code and generate the unit tests for me? Those of you who have been reading about the Copilot Assistant, those of you who have tried it out, probably these things are sounding familiar, right? And we'll actually see all of this now. Even something like this. There were some concerns that I talked about in the earlier session, that you asked the LLM a question, it gave you some answer. That doesn't mean that the code that it provided you is allowed for you to use freely. It could be governed by certain licensing restrictions. So what we do in Duet AI is that whatever code we've actually fine-tuned our model on, when we present that code to you as a possible answer that you can accept, we will also cite it or provide the citation that this is governed by so-and-so license, and if this is not the right fit for your organization, don't accept the citation. So we even do these things behind the scenes for you. So this point you probably have seen it earlier that, okay, what are the things it can help me with when it comes to developers? So summarizing my code, auto-completing it, writing more test cases, support for different kinds of languages, etc., etc. And we'll see all of these in action. But at the same time, at the same time, remember that it's not just about just getting the answers, but we also, like I said, ensure that if there is a permissive license, then we show you what this license, which license is governing the code, so that you accept or don't accept and things like that, right? And obviously, we let the customers even customize that. That okay, if our team of 100 developers ensure that at the global level, you don't provide any code that is governed by, let's say, an Apache license, because they don't allow usage of open source. I'm just giving you a vague example, but it's possible to do even restrictions of that sort. So what is Duet AI? Straightforward. You've been hearing, we're building LLMs especially for the auto industry or for media, or we don't need general intelligence, we need it for these domains. Duet AI is actually one of those domains. That how do I work with a cloud service? The cloud service in this point is Google Cloud, obviously. But that's the angle we are going with. And how have you built this? Any one of you have taken some courses on large language models and how they have been built, etc., etc. The way you want to read this is start at the bottom. There are foundational models, but these are just general intelligence models. What we have done them is, if you see number 3, we've infused them with or fine-tuned them with Google Cloud information. Interestingly, how many of you have been doing any courses on Coursera for Google Cloud? Heard about it? Every single course on Google Cloud in Coursera has been fed into this LLM. Every single question and answer on Stack Overflow and other places have been fed into this LLM. Every single GitHub project of Google Cloud Platform, every piece of code has been fed into this LLM. So what you're seeing is that the foundational model in step 3 infused or fine-tuned with Google Cloud information, because this duet is meant to help you to work with Google Cloud. That's why if you try to ask it any question also, it will always ground itself vis-a-vis Google Cloud. So you won't find it hallucinating in the way you typically see general intelligence models out there. This is fine-tuned for Google Cloud, right? So, and obviously at step 4, these features can also be done. For example, an organization stage, or some of you work in organizations, they'll say, these are our coding practices. This is how you name variables. These are our best practices. So we can even take that knowledge and customize it. So that if in your organization people are generating code, it will be as per your organization's naming conventions or the way you do that. So there are multiple levels of tuning that's done, and then finally it appears everywhere in your ID, in your console, etc., which is what we will see. This is how some examples are there, but I'll show you all of these things. It helps you even general questions and answers of Google Cloud, helps you generate code, will actually build up a very small application quickly. Operator part also, if there are errors and logs, will help you answer those. It goes right across all spectrums, all different personas. So far with me?
Yes.
Yes.
So enough talk, straight away demo. I hope the network stays, otherwise it's going to be a flop, but it'll work. So, where are we? Let me reconnect. Any one of you who uses Google Cloud might be familiar. This is our Google Cloud console. And before I go ahead, those at the end, can you even see what's out there? Yes? All okay? Okay. If not, I either increase my font or there are a few seats, right? So either way. So all good, screen-wise, looks fine. Let me know at times if you want to see it more clearly, because you should see this. This is live. Okay, now let's start with a few things, which is that we mentioned one of the things you may want to do is just get answers. What is this service in Google Cloud? How does this work? How do I save cost? Just for example, if you are doing documentation search, where you probably end up spending time, you could, that's one kind of the first example I'll show you. That just learn about Google Cloud and get some information on it. Now, don't blame me for it. You see that little icon right at the top here? That's your assistant inside of the cloud console. Okay? You'll also see it in VS Code as I show you in a moment or two. So you tap it, everything is fine. Let me just clear this so we are completely there. So focus there. The little assistant coming up at the side, you could even expand it and all that. And remember, this is not a one-shot kind of a prompt you're sending and getting answers. This is actually a chat interface, which means you can do clear follow-up questions. So if it gives you one kind of an answer, you may say, no, but then how do I do this? It will remember the context, because it takes several of your chat history and passes that itself in the prompt every now and then, right? So that's how it works. So obviously they've given you a few prompts you can use. So for example, if you say, what is event arc? Now it's working live, it's going to go there, hit that LLM and get you the answers, right? So this is one kind of, we search in a documentation. And we also give you related, content and links from documentation where you can get more information on. For example, you might even just say, what is Cloud Run? Like, I'm just now actually using. Any other questions? And I'll keep this machine rest of the day. Please come and use it if you would like to. Any other questions on Google Cloud? Come on, one question quick from the audience. I don't know whether it will work or not, but I'm bold enough to let it do its things. Come on, one question. Yeah.
Somebody asked, what is the uptime of order DS in Google Cloud?
What is the?
Uptime of order DS, availability of order DS in Google Cloud.
Oh, Google Cloud. Okay, so where do I'm just using some of my prompts to tune your question so that I can tune the answers. Okay. But yeah, so where do I go to check on the uptime of Google Cloud services? Anyone knows the answer? No. Where do I go? Yeah, you go to the platform, but where do you go? So to check on this, you can go to monitoring page. Now it asked you specifically, it answered more from a monitoring service and got you the answer. If you further tune this, for example, say, no, I wanted to learn about if you have a status page for the public to check on whether Google Cloud services are down or not. I'm just asking a follow-up question. I don't know what to do, but let's see. So it's giving you a status.google.cloud page. And it's a nice answer. For those of you who not known about this page, let me go there, because this gives you a live status of all the services at the point. If there are any outages or any issues, you will be able to actually see and go there. So thanks for that, it helps us. So this also shows you that you have to see the answer. Like, while I'm not supposed to use the word co-pilot again and again too much, because it's a competitor product, I like the word co-pilot. It means there are two folks. The agent, but the pilot here is you. You accept the answer, don't accept it, further tune it, etc. So what we've seen is we're just kind of tuning it and getting the answer. So far with the general informational stuff, right? Now, fun stuff, which is, let's just reclaim some space out here. So I'll just close this. By the way, it's not just informational stuff you can ask here, right? It can even be code. So if I say, write a Python function that gives me, or another function that retrieves the content from a URL and prints out all the links in it. Just a task. There you go. Right? So it's even giving you the code. Whether it works or not, of course you have to put it and try it out. But you can either insert it, copy it and all that stuff. You can even do some gcloud commands. So how do I start a compute engine instance? Any of these questions, right? So you can get even answers like that. And there you go. And you see the nice thing is actually telling you this is the command for it. And either you copy it, but if you open it, you can actually open it in Cloud Shell right here and execute it. Of course, VM name you didn't give because you have to provide that. But you see the power and the efficiency here. You asked a question, showed you some code, you directly put it in Cloud Shell, and you try to get it. Okay, now let's minimize this for a moment and let's go to, by the way, did you know we have a VS Code editor inbuilt in Google Cloud Shell? How many of you did? It's okay, even I didn't know when I had to learn it. Okay, so we have one that's inbuilt, so you don't have to really go and install VS Code externally if you want to. If you want to, that's fine too, but I'm saying it's provided to you. So that's what we're going to be using. So I'm in the editor, okay, out here, and big enough, last benches, okay, yeah. So I'll also maybe just expand it a bit. You saw the console, you saw the assistant right there. I don't know if this blocks, but there's a
No.
it's still here. And that's not. But that's okay, I'll just bring it up. So it's there in your extensions, and I just bring it up here, right? So you have the Duet AI inside your IDE also. Whatever you did, suppose you're a developer, anyone knows about the inner loop of development? I need to be in the IDE, I need to reduce my context switching, I need to stop switching between too many tools. So you need things to be right within your editor. So for example, just how I showed you the console and you could ask questions there, no need to go there. If you're a developer inside your VS Code and you refuse to go out of VS Code, which many of our developers have told they want to do it that way, they're not interested in using the cloud console. In that case, you're inside the VS Code editor here and you can still ask the same things, let's say. And you're here, you get the answers from here also, right? So you can do things here, but you can do much more interesting things obviously now that we are in the editor. So let's clear this a bit. Let's do a few things. So if you're in, okay, let me also mention this to you. We have got an extension. If you're familiar with VS Code, there are extensions. We've got a Google Cloud extension that you can use that makes it much easier to use. So I'm just using the extension and saying, create one application for me. Make it a Cloud Run application. Python developers here, anyone? Almost all. Flask? No? Doesn't matter. So we just generate an application. Let's call it, okay, Hello World 2 is fine. We say, okay. Just bear with me as I show the whole thing. It will just show you the power of it. So it's done something. We've got some code here. What does this code really do? Not too much. But let's go to the, let's do the following. For those who understand Python, you all will know what I'm doing. So the first thing I'm going to do here is just create the environment, right? The virtual environment with the requirements file that's out there. So just creating that so that when I run it, everything is fine there. Okay, so now that is done, I can just open up a terminal. I'm in VS Code here, nothing to do with AI and all that. So I'm in the terminal, and when I say Python and app.py, the file that is generated, something has come up over here. It's on this port 8080. We've actually got even a web preview. You don't have, it actually creates a tunnel to this. So if you launch this on port 8080, you should see a live app that just says, hey, everything is fine. We're running, right? It's running. It's at least there, right? So far, so good, right? This is all real, trust me. Okay, so I just close this. Now, comes the first kind of stuff. Let me close this. Or Docker file. How many of, there's a Docker file behind this that makes all this. How many of you understand a Docker file? I don't. All of the parameters at least. But overall, maybe I get some idea. But let's say it generated something out here, right? So I'm going to go to, but I like to know what is it generated? What do some of these commands do? So remember summarization, explain this code to me, etc. You see this live now, which is, let me go to the Duet AI chat. What's my current context? The current context is I'm in VS Code. I've opened up Docker file. So all I need to do is just say, explain this. I didn't do it. You can clap for Duet AI, not for me. Okay, now, further, you might just say, I think I understand, but I think I've forgotten a little bit about entry point. What this means in Docker. You see a little bulb came up? I can just say, explain this. It again takes the prompt here. Sorry. Next time I think you need to put me down. And you'll see it's explained the entry point also. Same applies to, let's say you're in files, app.python. You can just say, looks okay, but explain what does this do. And we'll explain Python code, right? You can even highlight parts of it and say that, okay, what does this statement mean? And same way, explain this and whatever. So far, okay? This is one kind of stuff where it helps you to, you write still in the editor, I'm not jumping up and down here. Now, I go to file and say, let's recreate a new API altogether. A full REST-based API in the next 5 minutes, then we'll do it. So, I go to new file and say, let's create an inventory.py file, where probably I'll create some. And don't tell me to connect to a database and live for this demo. We'll just come up with something. So I'm in inventory.py, everything is empty. As you can see, there's nothing. So, now for my prompt skills. Okay, but before you see the prompt skills, for example, you can say that thing which I tried there, write a function that gets the contents of a URL and say prints it. Let's keep it simple for now. Right? Control Enter, generating suggestions, there you go. You can now start accepting, as you can see, it gives you multiple options. So this is actually hit the LLM, taken your prompt, got you some code samples, and if you're okay with something, you can say, do it. And it's also shown you a sample thing, right? If I save this, if I go back to the terminal, and if I say Python, what was it? Inventory.py as a sample. Oh, sorry, what did I do? So I'm in the editor, okay? I am going to go back to this, the right terminal. And obviously here, do I have the inventory.py? I do. So I'm going to say Python inventory.py, it goes and gets it. So obviously you have to test it out, etc., right? Now, this is one kind of stuff, but obviously I didn't want to write this kind of a API right now here, so I just showed you a sample. But now, let me try my other skills. So create a variable named inventory list that is a list, let's say, of 3 JSON objects. Okay. Sorry, what did I do? Objects. Then each object has 3 attributes. I'm creating a simple inventory thing. So I'll just say it's got an ID, it's got a name, and it's got quantity. Right? Some straightforward stuff. And I'm going to say each of the attributes are strings. I take all of this. So what's happening? I take all of this, and let's hope I get lucky. Generating suggestions. There you go. Now, I'll probably look at different suggestions, right, as they come in, and probably I might just end up, sometimes you'll see probably it's generating more. Also, I'll just accept something. It's created some comments, but see, it's given me some 3 things, right? I save it. And I go back to my main file, and let's say, I'll just Python stuff here, there is nothing else. So, sorry, from inventory, import inventory list, right? I've just got that stuff here. Now I want to create a get call for that, right? So I'm here and I'm going to say create a Flask app route that returns the inventory and it is a get method. Not bad. You see that? It generated that whole piece of code. Now if I just go for a moment to the same terminal, I should not have closed it every now and then. And if I say Python, let's say my app.py file, it's running here, I'm back over here, and I'll just refresh this is still okay. But my endpoint, as you know, was someone will say, no, it is not enough. If I give an ID, it should give me only the particular product ID. Fair enough. So what we can do is quickly go there and write one more method. Not write, ask it to write one more method. So I'll go here and say, create a Flask app route that provides a specific, say, product from the inventory based on, say, ID. This may be some text like this. and I generate. What did it generate? Oof, that's too much. Does it work? No? So I'll just close this. I should have observed the other and also accepted it, but let's go with what it does, because this is the whole thing. You have to validate. So let's go where we were. Let's refresh this. This is good. So /1, okay, works. /wrong ID. Oh, it's working. So you see the speed, right, at which we are doing things. I'm not saying that I didn't know anything about Python, I didn't know about Flask, and I came here and helped you. No, let's be practical. There are things that I know what I'm doing, but I'm just making it easier to prevent that too much of typing, finding out. It just helps to boost the productivity here. Test cases that I was saying, right? Let's say we are back here and we're in inventory 5, right? And we just say generate unit test cases for this. And see, it's even generated a test, how do I test this function? So if you got various methods, let's say, it will even go and test out that for you. So you can go to your app.py and tell it to generate. So it will even help you in generating the test code. Finally, right, I just wanted to show, this is what I was in the developer, I showed you the console first. What if there are some errors, right, that I was talking about? So I go to Logs Explorer. But those of you not familiar with Google Cloud, this is how we go and search for logs that are there across the system. What's happening? Have I clicked it? Or is something with the network? Has my network given up or what? Oh, it's there. I didn't scan it. Okay, sorry. It happens. At least it shows you it's real. I'm not pretending. Okay, so I just scroll that thing down. Let me close it. It's not needed now anymore. So I'm in Logs Explorer, and obviously here you see all the logs. But let's say what we do is last 7 days is fine, and let's see some errors. Let's filter. I'm just doing some filtering out here. And of course, many other applications, you see some error or the other has happened, right? So now, for example, I'm seeing some error that says some memory limit, something has exceeded. I'd like to know what's going on here. So if I just click this and I go down, we've added now duet right here. Explain this log entry. And when we click this, it opens up duet with the context and it, sorry, I'm just trying to scroll here. Explain this log entry in 3 to 5 bullet points. That was the prompt. It also used as a prompt detail the error log. So if, for example, even if you're coding, you have some errors, you can just come, this is the error I'm facing, can you help me? And here it's also told you what it means, and I can ask follow-up things that, how do I fix that? The context it remembers. And you'll see some answers. And how do I do that? Right? So I'm just trying to say across all aspects, whether you were just trying to find information, whether you were doing development, whether you were inside the Logs Explorer. Even for example, one final part of the demo is the BigQuery part. So if you were a data analyst just working with BigQuery, for example, let me use this, maybe a sample query I'll just open up. And just like code, right, how we ask it, like explain this, the code, right, what's going on. Suppose someone gives you a query like this, it's SQL, but still you're saying like, explain it. See that? And it's then telling you what it is about. You can even ask if this is, I mean, you follow up things, can I add this, can I, even like this is explanation, but for example, if I just say that, select from, it tries to complete. So it gives me a sample BigQuery data set if I want to. I mean, tap to complete, then maybe where part, again. Okay, struggling a bit over this, but okay, the start thing is not a good thing where, okay, oh sorry, I think I did something where by mistake remove this. Now where part does it do? Okay, there you go. So it gives out a few variables. So you can start as if it's like an autocomplete, but within the query itself. So even explaining part, even fixing your queries, even completing it, and all of this stuff, literally, you try to run it, you will see it indeed is fair. It's getting some results also. Yeah. So, finally, going back to where I was, the long-term vision, right? I mean, this is something you all should have now maybe asked me. That what if you could look into our project and tell us if we have made some configuration mistakes? Tell us if we have over-provisioned something. Tell us if we could specifically save costs and how. So the long-term vision is that the context awareness, personalization, do it eventually is not just about asking it questions, but to start even looking into your project, of course with your permission, and start giving you recommendations. And the one real one, executing it on your behalf. So you can say, have I exposed some virtual machines by mistake on a public IP address? So you look into your projects, your computer engine VM, see if IPs have been exposed. If yes, it will list them down and it will tell you recommended actions. Can I do something about it? Here are the possible things I can do. And if yes, you just say go ahead, take the action. So it will probably do things in the background with your permission. So that's where eventually this whole thing is going to go. And this is the key difference. When people say Duet Copilot looks the same, my point is this goes across Google Cloud. Not just coding, not just your code bases, but helps you with logging operators, helps you with this query right within the tools, and possibly personalized actions in those things. If you want to preview it, it's available in preview. You'll have to sign up and later on get our approval to actually start using it. Once it's GA, obviously you can get to use it, but this is a possible way you can. And if you go to the page and even just say preview Duet AI, you'll be able to get that also, even if you don't capture the URL. Yeah, that's what I had. I mean, I'm probably from a timing perspective, probably the other session needs to start, but I'm here all day. If you all, anyone want to actually take my machine, try out a few queries, I'm happy to do that. I want to actually see how you are possibly will use it. There might be a question or two that might be the right one, but we give a horrible answer. So if I see something like that, I'll be fine to take it to the product team and work with them. Yeah, thank you. I don't know if we have any time for Q&A or we can continue with the...
There will be some time for that.
Yeah, so we'll take it.
Thank you so much, sir. It was truly an engaging and an enlightening session. Now, I would like to call Mr. Karan Mittal to felicitate Mr. Irani with a token of appreciation.
थोड़ा इधर पीछे हो ना. रुक जाओ, वो देंगे ना तो मैं बोल दूंगा.
Great. It was an amazing session by Romin sir. Thank you so much, sir. So, guys, lunch का time होने वाला है. So, be energetic. ठीक है? Before moving to the next session, हम लोग एक activity कर रहे हैं just to boost you up. क्या हो गया? इतना unenergetic क्यों बैठे हो? ठीक है. So, we are doing the activity. So you just have to do thing कि आप you just have to suggest the this. You just have to guess कुछ tech terms हैं, उसको आपको guess करना है by these emojis. ठीक है? 2 teams बना लेते हैं. ठीक है, एक लेफ्ट और एक राइट, देखते हैं कौन जीतता है। 3 रहेंगे, देखते हैं सबसे ज्यादा किसके साइड से हैंड रेज होते हैं। ठीक है, 3 क्वेश्चनर्स रहेंगे। ठीक है, स्टार्ट करें, लेफ्ट राइट स्टार्ट करें। ठीक है, सो सबसे पहले स्टार्ट करते हैं विद दिस वन। किस किस को इनका आंसर पता है? फ्रॉम द राइट साइड, एनी गेसेस? ये क्या टेक टर्म हो सकता है? फ्रॉम द लेफ्ट साइड, नो गेसेस, एक भी नहीं। हैंड रेज करो जिस जिसको पता है। कम ऑन गाइस, टेकीज हो के इतना सा नहीं पता। एनी गेसेस? अरे टूटा फूटा कैसा भी चलेगा। सॉरी, नो। एनीबॉडी एल्स? अरे थोड़ा टूटा फूटा भी चलेगा, थोड़ा सा इसको डिकोड करने की कोशिश करो। फर्स्ट वाला जो है ये क्या हो सकता है? पीछे तक दिख रहा है ना? किसको नहीं दिख रहा है? खड़े हो जाओ। यस, इट इज मदरबोर्ड, मदर एंड दिस इज बोर्ड, मदरबोर्ड। सो 1 फॉर द राइट साइड, +1। ठीक है, लेट्स गो फॉर द सेकंड वन। क्या कोई और भी बता रहे हैं क्या? अरे नहीं यार, हैंड रेस करने थे।
वेबकैम।
अब कैसे जज करेंगे कि कौन जीता, राइट और लेफ्ट?
दोनों को दे दो।
आपको सबको पता चल गया क्या आंसर है? वेबकैम। ठीक है, अभी नेक्स्ट वाले में आंसर नहीं करना है, हैंड रेस करना है। ठीक है, अब देखते हैं जो सही आंसर दे दिया, जहां से सबसे ज्यादा हैंड रेस होंगे वो जीतेगा। आंसर भी पता होना चाहिए, ऐसी हैंड रेस मत कर लेना। किसी को आंसर नहीं बताना है। हैंड रेस करो जल्दी से। हैंड रेस कम ऑन। किस किस को पता है? यार राइट साइड से मुझे एक ही हाथ दिख रहा है, लेफ्ट से मुझे 3 दिख रहे हैं। ऐसी मत हैंड रेस कर देना जीतने के लिए। क्या यार, राइट साइड क्या कर रहे हो? चलो लेफ्ट साइड से पूछ, राइट साइड से पूछते हैं। यस,
ग्राफिक्स कार्ड।
यस, यू गॉट इट राइट। ठीक है, बट द लेफ्ट साइड वॉन, क्योंकि इधर से हैंड रेस ज्यादा हुए थे। So the left side won. ठीक है, so done with this activity. और guys make sure to give the response. जिसको जो questionnaires पूछना है पूछो. This particular event is for you guys only. So जो भी speakers हैं, they are the expert one over here. So make sure to ask them the questions. ठीक है, and be energetic. और lunch सोने वाला थोड़ा है, ठीक है? So after so okay. Abhi, this is the third session that we will be taking over here. So yeah, over to you, Devangi.
You know what, Kush? I find data very complicated whenever I work on it. और हमारी कंट्री में हमारी पॉपुलेशन का डेटा तो is already hanged.
Hi, but you don't need to worry about that because our next speaker is going to solve all our problems regarding that. Right? He's an expert in data analytics, and he is working as a solutions architect and having 19+ years of experience. That is a lot.
Whoa! I can't wait to hear more about that. Therefore, welcoming Mr. Neerav Kothari on stage to crack up the code of data analytics.
Lovely, everyone. Come on.
Hi everyone. Audible? Yes. Awesome. Okay. So, for a change, this session is going to be a little bit different than generative AI. I know all of our talks are related to generative AI. This one is going to be a little different. Just for a break. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to talk about how do you. So you know that you guys are doing a lot of machine learning, analytics, etc. But all of that is dependent on what? What is the prerequisites for doing any machine learning? Data. Exactly. Unless you have the data, you cannot do machine learning. Is that correct? Are you all agree? Yes. Okay. Now, when I say I have data, where will you have it? Storage device what? Hard disk? Cloud? Database? Are you sure? Think about it. I mean, there are many ways how you can store your data, okay? We are going to cover that as well. So anyways, let me start. I am a Google Database expert in Google in cloud category. I'm also organizer of GDG Cloud Mumbai, and I'm working as a senior technical architect at a company called Quantify Analytics, which is a partner of Google Cloud. Anyways, let's start. So here is the small crisp agenda for today's talk. I'm not going to bore you with a lot of details, but what is analytics? Why do we use it? Why do we do it? And how we do it? Second, we are going to talk about what are the prerequisites for building analytics. And third, we are going to see how BigQuery fits into, how we can leverage BigQuery to implement the analytics. And finally, I will conclude my talk. Okay, so we were just talking about data, right? Now, when I say data, anything that you store in your application's database, is that the data that you are going to use for analytics? Then where are you going to generate your data?
Use historical data from data warehouses.
Exactly. So here is a hint that he has given. What happens usually is you all have been working on the applications, front-end application, back-end applications, built using Flutter, Angular, whatnot, Java, Node, and they all store data in databases. But that data is generally called as transactional data. Why do I call it transaction? Because it stores transaction related data. Any transaction that you are having related to your application, that you are storing in database, and that's what is generally called transactional data. And usually you have, RDBMS, some database, some NoSQL database for storing that kind of transactional data. But that data is usually good, that database is usually good for, for just storing, updating the data. For example, I'll give you an example, a ticket reservation system. You book a ticket. You store your, who has booked the ticket, when is the ticket for, etc., start date, end date, whatever, all that is stored in one database. You want to update it again, you might want to delete that, you want to cancel certain passengers, etc. So, which means that whatever you have booked, you keep on changing also. You keep on updating your data, right? And that's where you need transactional database. You cannot use data warehouse for that purpose. Data warehouse is for a different purpose. Whenever you want to analyze all your historical data, for example, you want to see how much transactions have been done in last 1 year, or how much sales have we done in last 1 year, okay? So that historical analysis whenever you want to do, that's where you use data warehouse. Now I'll give you a difference. The first part was databases, that is called transactional data. Sometimes it is also called as OLTP data, OLTP data warehouses. Whereas the other part where you are doing analytical, historical analysis is called OLAP world. So understand the two different worlds of data, transactional data and analytical data. Whenever you want to do machine learning or any kind of analytical use case, you have to work on analytical data, not on transactional data. So far with me, everyone understood the two different worlds of data, transactional and analytical? Everyone? No? Okay, fine. Moving on. Now, let's say you have the data now, okay? How does that help me? I mean, what am I going to do with it? Unless I decide something and take some actionable insights out of that data is useless. Unnecessarily I am storing it, right? I am unnecessarily bearing the cost of storage. It's not going to be useful to me. And hence, I need to act upon that data to make that data usable, right? So what do I need to do? Here is the 3-4 steps that I have to do before I can use my data. So once I get the data, I need to analyze that data. When I say analyze, for example, I can plot a chart which shows me what is my sales over the entire year. Now, by plotting that chart, I'm analyzing the information. And that's where I get the information. For example, out of that 12 months, last 3 months, my sales was down. Now that's an information. When did I get this information? When I analyzed the data in terms of, analyzed as in, I plotted the data. That's how I analyzed and I got the information. But what do I do with that information? I got the information that my sales was down for 3 months. But what do I do with it? The very next step would be, I will start analyzing why my sales was down. What can I do to improve my sales? Can I run some promotions? Can I run some campaigns to increase my sales? Now that thinking is basically your cognitive skills. And that's where you need your past experience. Your brain needs, some decision your brain has to take, right? Do I need to take run some campaigns, etc. So that's where your cognitive skills or your knowledge comes into picture, and finally it translates into the decisions. So this is the entire process. You get the raw data, you extract, you analyze and get some information out of it, you further analyze to find out the right action item for you, and then finally it helps you to improve your business. That's the ultimate goal of entire analytics. You want to improve your business, okay? Now, when I say I want to improve my business, where can I improve? Here are the 4 different things that you can think about. I want to analyze my customer behavior. Like, when is my customer buying the product? Is he buying during monsoon seasons? Is he buying during the, winter seasons? Or when I want to analyze further, let's say, analyze product itself. Say, for example, a particular product runs well in Goa, or some product runs well in Kashmir. So I want to understand my product, where it behaves well. Whenever I want to do operational efficiency, let's say for every order, I have to go through cycles of, sales cycle, billing cycle, etc., etc. That means I want to improve my entire process. Then that is what is called operational efficiency. How can I do that? By analytics. I want to analyze my entire sales process. So that's my third objective, why I want to leverage analytics. The fourth is business model innovation. I want to analyze whether I'm making really good money in offline business or I'm doing good in online business. I want to analyze that. And that's where, that's again, one of the focus areas when I want to do analysis, right? So these are 4 primary focus areas when you think about analytics. But let's say, now that I have thought of that I want to implement some analytics, what are the types of analytics that I can think of? Here are the 5 different types of analytics. One is descriptive analytics, which is, as I mentioned earlier, I want to plot a chart which shows sales of my, last 1 year, right? That is description I'm getting, right? I am analyzing that. But when I say that I wanted to analyze last 3 months data, why my sales was down, I want to further analyze which product did not run which product did well. Or for example, which territories worked well, which territories did not work well. Or what strategy worked well, what not. That is what I am doing diagnostic. And this is what is called as diagnostic analysis. How do I do diagnostic analysis? Again, same thing, you plot certain charts which says that, buy this product, show my sales by product, show my sales by region. Again, the same thing, but the intent is different. You are doing diagnosis of your data. The third type is predictive. I have my data for 1 year, sales numbers for last 1 year. Now I want to predict it for next 3 months. This is what is called predictive analysis, and that's where you need machine learning algorithms. The fourth is prescriptive analytics. This is also machine learning, but this is one level beyond, where it not just predicts the value or the numbers, but it also tells you, here are the best strategy for you. Here are the steps that you can take to improve your business. That is what is called prescriptive analytics. And the last is cognitive analytics, which is all about, inferences, all generative AI, all computer vision. This is all called cognitive analytics. Now, if you decide that you want to do descriptive and diagnostic analysis only, you are fine with a tool called BI tool, Business Intelligence Tool. This tool allows you to plot all your charts. Okay, you just need to tell what should be your x-axis, what should be your y-axis, and it will plot. You don't need to, and it can connect to your database, get the data from there, and it can plot. So having a BI tool would be a very helpful to do first 2 types of analytics. But if you want to achieve other 3 types of analytics, you need to implement machine learning in your organization. Here are some of the examples that I wanted to, definitely not limited to, but I want to just give you a flavor of what is analytics. Analytics does not just mean machine learning. Analytics is also analyzing your data, and even plotting a chart is also analytics. But I just wanted to give you these 5 examples where these organizations, definitely by looking at the logo you would have realized what that company is, but these are the top companies which are actually using machine learning in day-to-day life, right? Facebook for all your recognition, face recognition, recommendation of the friends, etc., etc. Amazon, which recommends that, these are the relevant products that you might be interested in, right? So that's again analytics. Uber, which notifies all drivers that here are the regions where I am seeing the most number of requests. Do you want to go there? Okay, so those kind of analysis has been possible with analytics, which is specifically called streaming analytics. The fourth one, all banks, trying to find out if any transaction happening on your credit card are fraud or not. Is that any anomaly in that your data or not? The fifth one, Starbucks, doing all your personalized promotion, which means that it will look at your history of transactions and it will recommend that here are the promotional offers for you. You go ahead, grab a cup of coffee, you'll be getting 20% discount or something like that, right? And that is personalized. It's not open for everyone, right? So those kind of thing, for that Starbucks has to analyze your entire profile. How many transactions you have done in last 1 year, right? So that kind of data analysis is also called as analytics. So just wanted to give you a flavor of these 4-5 analytics examples. Now that you know that what analytics is, I just wanted to tell you that what are the prerequisites for analytics. If you happen to choose that you want to implement analytics, here are the prerequisites that you need to have in your organization. First one, you need to have one platform where you can store your data. Okay? As everyone was mentioning that we need a data warehouse. Yes, you need a data warehouse, and that's what I'm calling it as data platform. The other second is BI tool. When I say BI tool, as I mentioned, a tool where you can plot all your XY axis, etc., etc. And the third tool that you would need is to build machine learning. So it is called AI ML platform, and of course in Google Cloud you do it with Vertex AI. The data platform can be implemented using BigQuery in Google Cloud. And of course, whenever I want to choose a data platform, I would think about that, will I be able to store all types of data into it or not? Of course, there are structured data, unstructured data. Will I be able to store data? And of course, BigQuery supports only structured data, by the way, okay? But let's say if I'm limiting my scope to only structured data at this moment, how will I get the data? How will I ingest the data is an important question, because you might have all your data somewhere coming from some databases, some data coming from maybe Google Analytics, some data coming from some APIs. Will I be able to ingest data from all these sources and put it into my data warehouse is an important question that you have to think. And of course, BigQuery supports that. Then let's say if I have all my data, all historical data for years into BigQuery, that data will run into petabytes. And when I try to query that data, what will be the performance? I cannot wait for like few hours to query my data, right? And that's where the performance optimization would be most useful. And BigQuery is definitely the best in this class, okay? The kind of performance that you can get out of BigQuery, I'll go through the slides, but no other tools can match that performance. And of course, if I'm storing my data, I want my data to be secure. So BigQuery handles all these 4 topics very well. I'm going to zoom into little bit into all these 4 points now. Let me start with the storage mechanism. Why do you think the BigQuery has the most optimized storage mechanism? Any idea? Anyone wants to take a guess? Why is the storage most optimum in BigQuery? Oh, forget about, tell me, somebody was trying to.
It's filter only the particular column.
Exactly. So, if you look at traditional databases, what they try to do is, databases, you have columns and rows. Every row is stored together. That means every cell of that row is stored together. And hence, it does not, whereas BigQuery tries to store column wise. All rows, but particular column will be stored together. Now, since every data, consecutive data, will be of the same data type because it is going to be stored in the same column, will be having same data type, and hence they can compress it well. If they can compress it well, the storage cost will be lesser. Plus, it can implement most optimum way to retrieve that data because every data follows the same data type. So that's one of the reasons that BigQuery does very well in storage mechanism. The other part is basically every time when you want to store your data in BigQuery, it gets, of course, after compression, it gets encrypted. It gets encrypted twice. And after encryption, it gets replicated into 3 different data centers. So in case if there is any natural calamity in one data center, your data is still safe in other data centers. So that's the reason this BigQuery's managed data storage layer can actually solve all your problems. Storage cost, durability, security, and of course, compression level. Also, one of the data modeling strategy that can leverage, that can give you the most optimum, performance optimization is basically, everyone knows normalization in databases, right? So leftmost that you see is basically normalized data. You have two tables, you join the table while querying it. What is the advantage of that? Normalization? Yeah, so it can reduce your data storage, right? It can reduce the size that is required to store your data. But that happens at the cost of performance. When you want to query that data, you have to join those two tables first, and then you can get that data. That means you can reduce your storage cost, but your performance or latency increases. What is the alternative to it? You denormalize the data. What will happen with denormalization? The second table that you are seeing is denormalized data. What is the advantage of that? Performance is faster, but you have to give up on the storage because you are storing too much of data. Every row is replicated, every column is replicated. But the advantage with BigQuery is it can give you, with the use of nested and repeated fields, you can store the data in smallest possible storage cost. At the same time, since it is stored as arrays and JSONs, to be put in the simplest form, it can give you most optimum query performance with the lowest storage cost. So that's the advantage that you get with BigQuery. Moving on, the other advantage that you get with BigQuery for storage purposes is basically the partitioning and clustering. What is it? Anyone idea? Any idea about this? What is partitioning, clustering? No? You have idea? Okay, I have some visualization. Let me just show that. Let's say I have a table. I'm trying to store these 5 columns into it. Okay, C1, C2, C3, event, date, and a user. Okay. Now, let's say if I try to query this SQL, okay, select C1, C3 from T1 where event is equal to so and so. Now, of course, I had 5 columns, but BigQuery, when runs this query, does not have to scan all 5 columns data. It will scan only these 3 columns data, and hence you get a performance optimization. You don't scan C2 and user columns. Okay. Now, there I had not even partitioned. Now I'm going to partition it by just adding this clause at the bottom in my query. Okay. What will happen is, for every date range, it will create a separate partition. So earlier I was segregating my data in column fashion. Now I am also segregating it by partitions. Now, same query I am firing again. Now in this case, it will go and scan only those 3 columns only, but only that partition. Which means that the amount of data that it has to scan has reduced, and hence performance optimization. Now let's go one level beyond. Now I'm also, apart from partitioning, I'm also clustering it. I'm clustering based on user column. When I say clustering, what will happen? It will try to store all the users in that partition in sorted manner. And hence, when I fire this query, say when user equal to Meera, it will only scan that particular part of the cluster, only that cluster of that partition, which means I have reduced the amount of data which was being scanned to such a low level, and hence the query runs very fast as compared to other databases or data warehouses. If my query is spread across multiple partitions, it can automatically go into multiple partitions. You don't need to specify that go ahead and look into these partitions. You don't need to tell. It can automatically find out which partition it has to look at. So definitely BigQuery satisfies your need related to scalability and efficient storage. Now let's go into, I was talking about ingestion part, right? Ingesting data from various sources, Google Analytics, Google Drive, your cloud storage bucket, etc., etc. So let's go into it. Now, these are the two different concepts. The above one that you are seeing is basically called ETL mechanism, extract, transform, and then load into data warehouse, right? This is where being used on-premise world, but in cloud, generally we have been following the approach that is shown at the bottom. That approach is called ELT, extract and then load first, and then you transform the data. But when you load it, after loading, here in this case, you will store, extract and load it into BigQuery itself. But how will you transform it? For that, the BigQuery needs a transform or compute mechanism which can transform your data, right? And hence, BigQuery is also supplied with some compute. So if you look at that blue box, you will find a compute box there. The BigQuery consists of a compute box. It has its own computing mechanism. Here is the complete ecosystem of how you can pull data. I'm not going to into it, so don't get. So I'm not going to look into entire this diagram. But you have n number of sources. You can pull the data from all those sources using various Google Cloud services and load the data into BigQuery. So Google has that ecosystem already built, and hence you don't have to build every connector for every services. Third, optimum performance. I have already talked about how Google or BigQuery leverages various techniques to optimize your performance, but few more points. If you look at BigQuery's architecture, you would realize, very soon you will realize that the compute mechanism and the storage mechanism of BigQuery are two different things. They both can scale independently. So if you have huge amount of data to be stored, only storage will grow. You don't need to increase your compute capacity, right? And hence both of this will be scaling at its own pace, right? And of course, if you see, storage is a different set of cluster and compute is a different cluster. Between these two clusters, they have a petabit network, Jupyter network, which can transfer the data at a petabit level. Generally, your networks is like gigabits and all. This is petabit network. Petabit is like way beyond petabit, terabit, and then petabit. And because of that, it is much more faster than even your the data being transferred between your CPU and RAM. It's even faster than that. Okay. Moving on, every query that you fire in BigQuery, you might be firing one SQL command, but behind the scene, it converts that query into multiple stages and multiple tasks, and finally each task is being allocated to a different machine. That means whenever you are firing one query, it is eventually being executed by thousands of machines. All thousands of machines executing in parallel, and hence your queries are being executed much more faster than your normal database or data warehouse. security. So when I store my data, of course I would expect that nobody who does not have access should not be able to access. At the same time, my data should be encrypted. So BigQuery ensures that every data that you store is secured or encrypted at 2 levels. Okay, I'm not going too much deep into this, but what you can take out from this diagram is basically every data is being encrypted twice. Plus, you can actually leverage many mechanisms. You can say that this is my data, and only this person should be able to access it. And when I say he should be able to access, he should be able to access for what? For read or for write, etc. So you can, at a minute level, you can provide role-based access control system. And of course, it is regulated. I mean, all regulations are supported by BigQuery. So that satisfies all my needs for selecting a data platform, BigQuery. Now let's talk about what is BigQuery. Okay, just a summary of what is BigQuery and what it is not. It is very important to understand where I can use BigQuery and where I cannot. Okay, so let me summarize. BigQuery is a interactive analysis. So whenever you keep storing your data, and you want to ad hoc basis, you want to analyze your data, right? So for example, here I want, with the example that I gave, I wanted to analyze how much I have made in last 1 year, right? What was my sales number, etc., right? So those kind of ad hoc queries that you want to fire, BigQuery is the best. Plus, it supports SQL, which is very much popular. Everyone understands SQL. There are many ways by which you can ingest data. There are n number of the entire ecosystem already built in Google Cloud Portfolio, which can allow you to ingest data from various sources. The nested and repeated fields that I talked about can definitely help you optimize your performance. And at the same time, whatever data that you store here is definitely very inexpensive. So you can just forget about your storage cost. It's very inexpensive. You can keep storing your data without even thinking about the use case, how you are going to utilize it. What's the advantage of BigQuery? It's scalable. It is simple to use, very easy. If you have the access, within 5 minutes you can start using BigQuery. It's as simple as that. It is shareable. Earlier people used to export the data, create CSV, Excel file, and then share it with others. You have to you have to start thinking about different way. With BigQuery, you can start sharing the data. You don't need to export the data now. It is secure, and at the same time, you will save money, most importantly. What BigQuery is not that you have to think about. It is not a traditional RDBMS database. You cannot replace BigQuery. You cannot replace your RDBMS database with BigQuery. Of course, it is not an operational data source also. And of course, you cannot use BigQuery for your on-premise solution. It's a cloud-based solution. You cannot use it in on-premise world. So that's about me. Any questions on BigQuery or analytics? Okay, no questions. In case if you have any questions, I'm here throughout the day. You can get in touch with me. And here is the connection details. You can connect with me. I'm quite active on Twitter, LinkedIn, Medium. I mean, you can connect with me all of this. Thank you so much.
Hello? Alright, I know you guys are kind of hungry for lunch, even we are. Nirav asked me before his presentation, can I do it after lunch, because I know all of us are hungry here. Alright, so, but sir, can I please call you on stage to get the momentum, please? And may I please also ask, guys, can you please get this Drishti from outside? She's just right. Okay, cool. Thank you so much. How was the session though? Nice? Yeah, everyone's sleepy. इसके बाद sleepy हो जाएंगे. One second, she's coming. Yeah, of course. Guys, do you have any questions for Nirav here? Anyone? Apart from when is lunch starting? Anyone, come on. नहीं पूछोगे तो मैं आगे पूछ लूँगा, मैं उधर पहुँच जाऊँगा माइक लेकर.
मैं पूछता हूँ.
Yes, yes. बताओ. I think I have to come there. Who will I pick?
No questions?
Come on, at least one question here. Yes.
The World Cup just went by, and we see on the screens that whenever someone hits six or there is a sudden, ball speed, we always see certain analytics that in certain times this person did so much, bowled like this and he got so many wickets. So is that part of data analytics or real-time analytics, or how is that done?
Yes, that is a data analysis. Real time means like, the data is coming in and at the same time you are doing the analysis as well. Whereas when you say just data analytics, it is usually understood it is historical analysis. But streaming analytics is becoming too popular these days, specifically for all these records and all of that. These days are like, the example that I gave, like, Uber is sending a live notifications to, their drivers that here is because the window is very small. I'll give you another example. Like, you are going onto some website, you have clicked on so-and-so pages, right? And immediately they give you a notification saying that, these are some of the products lying in your bucket or cart, right? Or maybe, here are some of the offers that is available for you. How is that possible? That's only possible that you quickly analyze the data and take the decision. And all of that is possible only with real-time analytics.
Okay, anyone else? Okay. Can you get Mucha?
So my question is for real-time analysis, what services Google provides, or BigQuery is standalone able to analyze the real-time data, or just it's for historical purpose only?
No. So BigQuery is generally used for historical analysis. If you want to implement streaming analytics, you need to have something like data flow, which has the capacity to window that data. So window as in, you window it like, last 1 minute, 1 hour, etc. So all data that comes in that window will be temporarily stored in data flow and will be analyzed, and the action will be taken right there. And then finally you can choose to store that data into BigQuery also again. But for streaming analytics, you usually use data flow.
Okay, good. We have one more question, just the last question. What do you think about the vendor login issue in any of these cloud storage? So let's say if tomorrow Google increases the cost of BigQuery too much, are there any exporting solutions available? And if yes, is that data even usable to anything outside BigQuery?
So unfortunately, at data warehouse level, you will not see any compatible or open source solutions available. So if you go with AWS, Azure, or even the on-premises world, they will have their own ways of storing into data warehouse. So they will never be completely open source, and but you will find tools to migrate from one cloud provider to other. Those kind of tools are available, but you will never see something like that works on every cloud provider. So that kind of service is not available.
Okay, cool. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful session. I'm sure people are going to catch up with you after the session also. When you're having lunch, when you're going to the washroom, they're going to catch you. Alright, so, yeah, code का तो पता नहीं, मेरा दिमाग जरूर क्रैक हो रहा है. I have my co-host here with me. Oh, yes, sorry. Please accept the memento.
बस पीछे हो जाओ थोड़ा.
Thank you so much, sir and ma'am.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Now, guys, before we move on to lunch, I just want to make you guys do one more thing here. Alright? I want to announce one community that is officially supported by Google. Another community just like GDG, WTM, right? It's called IGG, Indie Games Group. People who are interested in game development, right, in any way, shape, or form, alright? Or you want to get into the gaming industry, or you want to connect with people who are in the gaming industry. There is an amazing group on Discord for you guys called IGG, or Indie Games Group India, right? I'm the co-lead there, so you guys can connect with me there, right? My Discord username is OG Kush. I will display the QR code here. Can we have the QR code on the screen, please? It's in the presentation. It'll be there all the way through lunch, alright? So lunch के पहले भी कर सकते हो, lunch के बाद भी कर सकते हो, अभी भी कर सकते हो scan. So can we please put the presentation here? Oh shit, sorry. Okay. Once you scan this, you guys can start moving out, alright?
Raise your hands if any of you are interested in game development. This thing is for you guys.
Yeah, people who are interested in game development, better scan this QR code, alright? Once you do, you join the community, I will give out some free swags. I'm sure, हाँ अभी ध्यान आया लोगों का. अब कैमरा निकले, okay, cool. So this will be here all the way through lunch. ठीक है, किसी को swags चाहिए, तो ये आके group join करो. Okay, cool. चलो, even I'm hungry now. See you guys after lunch.
56% है टमाटर के तो भी नहीं वो हमारे इधर चली हुई थी और जो टमाटर में लगे हुए नहीं 1-1.5 घंटा में अच्छी ही थी बस 60%.
Hi everyone, we're going to start in 5 minutes, so if you have friends who are outside, please tell them to come here. Yeah, there will be थोड़े लोग चाहिए यार, it looks very empty. So call them in here if you can. Alright, we're going to start in 5 minutes. Also people who are sitting in the back side, please come in front now. आ जाओ यार. Bro. Guys who are sitting there, come in front now. क्या तो कुछ है क्या पीछे? आ जाओ आगे. Alright, so अभी start करने से पहले because obviously सब लोगों ने lunch किया है, फिर थोड़ा बहुत नींद आ रहा होगा, so we'll do an activity, very simple activity, alright? You just guys please stand up on your chairs, मतलब नहीं उसके ऊपर खड़ा होना ना, मतलब वहाँ पर खड़े हो जाओ अपनी जगह पर. Okay, it's a very simple activity. What I'll do is I'll say stand up and sit down, but whatever I say you have to do the opposite, alright? It's as simple as that, alright? So when I say stand up. Yeah, okay, cool. Some people's brains are still functioning after lunch. Okay, cool. Sit down. Stand up. Stand up. Oh, okay. Sit down. Stand up. Sit. Stand up. Stand up. Got you. Okay, so yeah. We are still kind of waiting for more people to show up, so if you can. No? Okay, cool. 5 minutes. Yeah, we gave a 5-minute warning. Alright, so in just 1 minute. So we all use web applications, right? And be it WhatsApp or Gmail, सब लोग को अपना data important रहता है उधर पे. अच्छा, कितने लोगों का अकाउंट कभी हैक हुआ है यहाँ पर? हुआ है किसी का अकाउंट हैक आज तक? No data leaks, no nothing. Which account? Sorry? Insta ID हैक हुई है. और क्या हुआ था? बैंक अकाउंट हैक हुआ है. Bro, ऐसा क्या हो गया था? So what happened? Tell me please.
पिछले 10 रुपए गायब हो गए थे.
अच्छा है, 10 रुपए गायब हो गए, 10 रुपए थे अकाउंट में. 10 रुपए गायब हो गए. ओके, ठीक है, cool. So हाँ, of course, data is important to us in this day and age, right? And this is why it's very important to have secure cloud also, right? So, Ayushi, can you please give us the intro for our next speaker?
Sure. So, the next speaker we have is Mr. Arjun Vijaywargiya. He is a senior engineer at Google India and is working with Google Cloud BigQuery team for an year. He has mastered various frameworks and languages along with a strong passion in full stack development. So please join your hands and let us welcome Mr. Vijaywargiya.
Thank you guys for the clap. I would just like to correct, not Arjun but Arun. Okay, thank you.
That's fine. Hopefully hotspot gets connected. Just doing some authentication to it's got my actually Google account.
Okay, people who are coming there, come in front, come in front. Also, a correction again, sorry, it's not Arun, it's Arjun only.
No problem. This mic is not on.
Hello.
Okay, so this session is like, I need to speak it from here Okay, so hi everyone. Hope you had a good delicious lunch and you are not feeling sleepy. No. Okay. So this session is like all about web application security that we deployed on Google Cloud. So this is something like you can consider it as a generic topic. Even if you are deploying on AWS, there might be different solutions. Even on Microsoft Azure, you might have a different solution. But specifically in this session, since we are at a Google Developer Festival, we would be talking about Google solutions predominantly. So how many of you think that if we deploy an application on a cloud platform, how relevant is authentication? Like, is it a necessity? If it is a necessity, can you please raise your hands? Okay. So any one of you can just quickly summarize, like, why do we need authentication for a web application? Any answers from the audience? Okay, so I would just summarize it. So basically, why we need web application authentication is like we don't want to lose our data. We need to we work on a zero trust model where we don't want to leak the data of the customers that have enrolled on our platform. So let's suppose we create a e-commerce application like Amazon.com, right? So if a user tries to subscribe, does a sign up on Amazon.com, then and if we deploy the application of Amazon as an e-commerce application on Google Cloud somehow, not on AWS, then we need some authentication mechanism so that we know that a specific user has logged in, right? And since we are on, we always have to work on a zero trust model. Like we don't know, like we are always surrounded by hackers and people who would be like making like suspicious activity to the system. It can be a distributed attack as well, DDoS attacks and all those things, man in the middle attack.
and there are a lot of attacks, we can name it. So it becomes a necessity to kind of protect our applications with proper authentication mechanisms. Now, when we discuss about authentication mechanism, one thing that comes to our mind is how do we do it, specifically on a Google Cloud platform. So we have a couple of solutions, but before that, before I start my session in a proper way, I would just kind of want to state the quote from a very reputed security officer by the name Stephen Nepo. He works as a vice president of global chief information security officer at SEB. Right? He says that it takes 20 years to build a reputation and a few minutes of cyber incident to ruin it. So let's say after a lot of hard work of 5 years, we develop an e-commerce application or something like a portal or something which is very much useful to the public. But let's say if we don't protect it with proper security mechanism, it's of no use. Like in a single shot, we would be facing compliance issues. So if you are in Europe, you would be having issues like GDPR issues as well. So European governments can't, actually European Union can't tolerate any kind of security or the data leaks of their citizens. So they have a GDPR in place. So something on that lines, what we can see is like the security of the software is of utmost importance. Now, in Google Cloud Platform, we have like couple of solutions, right, to protect the web application. So we start off with, let's say we have a web application firewall. So in web application firewall, what we can do is like we can write some, we can enable some ports. We define some IP CIDR range so that only specific set of IP address traffic can enter our system as an ingress control kind of. We control on what kind of traffic should be coming to our web application. That is number one. But that is kind of a very basic setup, right? So this is not something we are authenticating. We are just kind of doing a filter over our traffic that happens through web application firewall route. Now the next thing is like, let's say if we have to protect our system with DDoS attacks or different kinds of cyber security attacks, we have a tool called Cloud Armor within Google Cloud Platform that helps us in doing that. We write Cloud Armor policies, and we are kind of like safeguarded from different kinds of DDoS attacks and all those things. But what about some concrete solutions where we allow users to authenticate using different kinds of identity providers? So when we speak about authentication, there are two key terms. One is the service provider, one is the identity provider. So service provider is something like where we deploy our services, right? So in Google Cloud Platform, we have dozens of tools where you can deploy your web application. So we have like Google Cloud Compute Engine, we have GKE, Google Kubernetes Engine, we have Cloud Run, Cloud Function, and all those things, right? And Google App Engine as well, GAE we predominantly call it. So the service provider is like, these are the different tools we have. We have like on-prem solutions like Enthos Service Mesh we have as well. Now coming to the identity provider side, Google has its own Google sign-in mechanism, right? So you register your users on Google and allow your authentication to take place through the Google sign-in way. So that is like an in-house thing which is like which we can implement directly using credentials and APIs. But there are possibilities when we deal with the customers, Google Cloud Platform customers, or we have different scenarios, or we can say a use case where we don't have the possibility of like allowing all the users to sign in through Google, right? It can be a Facebook sign in, it can be a LinkedIn sign in, and it can be possible that we have a SAML integration, right? SAML integration is like a security assertion markup language, which is kind of works on the concept of like trusting the identities between service provider and identity provider. So SAML is a way like where we kind of like carry forward the mechanism of authentication to Facebook, LinkedIn. It can be different identity providers like Auth0, Ping Federate, different kinds of ways. So we can kind of safeguard our application. So I would discuss a very basic SAML integration flow. So if you see here, like as I discussed, so this is the service provider side, and this is like the browser, like a Chrome browser it can have, and we can have an identity provider. So this identity provider can be like a Facebook identity provider as well, LinkedIn or anything. End user is our Chrome browser, and service provider is, let's say, like we have deployed our application on Cloud Run, right? Or maybe Google Kubernetes in there. So how the SAML integration flow works? So basically we are at the browser level, we kind of send the request to the service provider. Let's say we try to access an application called example.com, which is protected by Facebook sign-in, right? So how the request flow works. So this is how it is explained. So the user sends a request to the example.com, which is deployed on Cloud Run, let's say, right? It goes in here, but the service provider knows that it does not have any valid token, right? So the request will be sent back to the browser itself, saying like, first of all, get it logged in from whichever identity provider you want. So these kind of SP sends a SAML request. So SAML request will come from this to our browser. Now this will get redirected to our identity provider. Now once it goes to the identity provider, it will send back the login page to the browser, where what will happen is, like at the browser level, we'll see the Facebook login page, right, in order to access the example.com, right? There we type in our Facebook credentials like username, password. Once that username and password is sent, it is sent back to the identity provider, Facebook identity provider, where it will validate that whether the authentic, because Facebook sign-in basically works, it has a Facebook database where it stores the valid usernames and password, and it validates and creates a token and sends it back to the end user, right? Now finally what happens is, like, once we have a valid token, right, we will try to access the application where we want it to, like service provider, right? So that's how basically the model works. Like it is like on a trust basis, right? Where we have like a private certificates, authority keys, valid tokens are involved. Now this session is mostly about the demo of how you can implement the SAML integration within Google, which I will show the demo proceeding this architecture diagram. So how I have deployed it, right? So like this is a basic architecture, how you will start thinking about using the Google Cloud Platform as one of the key solutions, where you will also implement the security and authentication mechanisms. So on the right hand side, if you see here, we have like Cloud Run and GKE applications, right? This is like GCP VPC control, so virtual private service cloud. So underneath it, we have like deployed our application on one of the hosting tools like Cloud Run or GKE, right? Now the next thing is, hope it is visible, I guess. Is it visible? Okay. I think it is. Is it visible? Yeah. Okay. So we deploy our applications on one of the hosting tools like Cloud Run or GKE, and we kind of put a Google Cloud load balancer. So Google has something called as like a load balancer. So load balancer kind of distributes the loads between the different kinds of services that you have deployed, right? So this load balancer is on the exterior part of it, and this is where you can actually configure your SSL certificates, where you can also configure your domain names, and also like you can also configure Cloud Armor policy. Cloud Armor, as I mentioned before, like it protects your application from different kind of security or cyber security incidents. Now, once the request comes in, like we have another tool of GCP called as Identity Aware Proxy, where the request, so it is kind of an Identity Aware Proxy is kind of a Google's tool where you can actually configure different kind of authentication mechanism. And this is done with the help of Identity Platform, where we register our different kind of sign-in mechanisms, right? So the Identity Platform, if I show you, so you can actually mention your different kinds of third-party tools as well. So here in this case, as a part of this demo, I have used Auth0, but you can definitely extend this solution to Facebook, LinkedIn, Google Sign-in, and different kinds of solutions. So basically, any questions till this point? Otherwise, I would switch over to the demo part.
Sir, one question.
Yeah.
So what is the difference between identity-aware proxy and identity and access management? IAM.
Yes. So that's a good question. So identity-aware proxy is a tool which helps you, Google Cloud Platform to identify what kind of sign-in mechanism it will take, right? It will protect your backend services against using different kind of authentication mechanism. Whereas IAM, it's an identity and access management, is like you're controlling the controls within GCP resources. So if you see, let's say, I will take a very simple example. So let's say you have you are registered on you have a Google Cloud Platform account, right? And you give yourself, you have a permission of, let's say, cloud logging viewer role, right? So you can actually visualize the log, right? But you can't edit the logs, right? So if you are given, let's say, editor role, right? You can edit most of the resources within GCP. But if you have viewer role, then you can just visualize the resources, but you can't make edits. So this is called as IAM, Identity and Access Management, which happens within when you are using the GCP platform. But identity-aware proxy is totally different. It is like you are protecting your application from using different kinds of mechanism, right? The mechanism can be like Facebook sign-in, Google sign-in. You must be like logging into, let's say, I will take a very simple example. Let's say if you go to Make My Trip, right? MakeMyTrip.com. When it shows you like different ways you can log into the platform. You can have sign in through Google, right? You must be seeing all those things, right? Sign in through LinkedIn and all those things, right? In different kinds of applications. So this is nothing but the identity-aware proxy which is working behind the scenes. Yeah. Hope it is clear. Okay. Any other questions?
SAML versus OAuth.
So basically what happens is like SAML is like a kind of a concept, right? Security assertion markup language. So it's kind of a XML based exchanges that happens between service providers and identity providers so that they can trust each other, right? So let's say if we have like user base on Facebook, right? So when we use SAML integration with Facebook on a Google Cloud Platform, that means like we have carry forwarded the mechanism of authentication to Facebook. So the Facebook user can also log into our Google application. That is called a SAML integration. But when you say OAuth, OAuth is a different concept, right? OAuth is like a token exchange concept. So when you say OAuth is like you are kind of like, first of all, getting a bearer token, right? In order to access the application. So you kind of give the client ID and client secret, you get the access token for your application, and when you get the access token, you kind of like push it to the application access request, and then you get the access based on the access token which you have generated for a specific amount of time. So let's say like you must have like used OAuth concept like where you have like also decoded your tokens, right? On jwt.io, right? Any other questions? So let me quickly show you a demo. I would have preferred to do a live demo, but due to the fact that we have a limited internet connectivity and it's a very cloud heavy operation, I have like created a video yesterday to actually show you how you can actually access the create this SAML integration on any kind of application. So what I am doing here is like I am
image part we would be
I don't know if it's clear or not. Do you have any yeah. But like it's very clear on my screen, but not parts of your yeah, it has a sound system, but I would prefer to explain it through dialogues. Clear? मैं ड्राइव पे भी चला सकता हूँ, मैंने ड्राइव पे भी अपलोड किया। हाँ, वीडियो बनाई है मैंने। सिर्फ पकड़ना है। वीडियो मतलब लाइव भी कर सकता हूँ, बट इसमें क्या होता है, एक पार्ट है जहाँ पे मेरे को सर्टिफिकेट जनरेट करना पड़ता है, तो वो 1 घंटे का प्रोसेस है, तो उसमें वेट करना पड़ता है। तो या तो ये कर सकता हूँ या तो वैसे ही दिखा देता हूँ, मैं कंसोल से दिखा देता हूँ। अच्छा ही है भाई। पैसे हैंग नहीं होता है। नहीं, वो क्या है कि वो अकाउंट मेरा क्या है, वो वाला आप जो उसमें अकाउंट में लॉगिन नहीं होगा ना, तो मेरा अकाउंट
Just a second, guys. We are actually facing some other technical issues, so just wait for 2 minutes.
Starting up. मैं बता रहा हूँ वैसे क्रिएट करके बता रहा हूँ एप्लीकेशन तो बेसिक्स it is also working. So, just one question, like how many of you are actively using Google Cloud Platform at the moment? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. And what about AWS? So do you like any, in case if you have used both the platforms, so which one do you like the most?
Azure also.
Oh, nice. The third category, okay. So anyway, like you must have used like all the 3 platforms, right? So which one do you like the most in terms of UI and the way you develop application? Azure the best. So what did you like in Azure, and what was not there in AWS or Google GCP?
सर AWS का तो भद्दा कंसोल है, तो एक ग्रे एरो टाइप का। सर गूगल का थोड़ा सा लोड टाइम ज़्यादा आता है।
लोड टाइम ज़्यादा आता है, ओके।
Azure का सर इजी है, मतलब एक तो कलरफुल कॉन्सेप्ट है, सारे कलरफुल आइकॉन्स और जस्ट क्लिक डिप्लॉय।
डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किसका अच्छा है?
पढ़ा नहीं सर किसी ने।
तो कैसे डिप्लॉय करते थे? हाउ डिड यू?
YouTube।
Nice. And this generation, like okay. All right. Let me check. Okay, so still it's very blurred, I don't know, but that's fun. We'll manage somehow. So in order to like implement this, we'll go to like create a very simple application on Cloud Run. So Cloud Run is like a web application hosting tool within GCP where you can actually do serverless deployment, containerized serverless deployment. By container, I mean to say Docker container or something like that, right? So if you go to the console and you will see this Cloud Run console, and you will go to create services, right? So you can just deploy a very simple application test with a sample container, right? And just give some meaningful name like GDG2 or something, and then you give all the cases as defaults. You can deploy it on, like, let's say region, GCP region as US Central 1, right? And you can allow unauthenticated invocation for the very start. Okay. So it's a very easy deployment. So you just have to give a couple of fields, and it will simply deploy it within, like, I would say 3-4 seconds. Right? So you can also test your application. So as you can see here, the application is deployed within a minute. So this application is like with unauthenticated invocations. So this is unprotected application. So this is a public URL. If I go in here and if I type it, like anybody can type it at the moment, and you will be able to access the application. So this is very risky to deploy it as is. So you have to protect it with proper security controls over it. So in order to do that, what you need to do is, like, you need to go to networking part and ingress control. So ingress means like the traffic requests which are coming to your system, right? So that's what is called as ingress. So at the moment, like, we have allowed all the direct traffic coming from the internet. Now we'll change the control to internal, right? Under internal, we will select allow traffic from external application load balancer, right? I will check mark this and click on save, right? So as you can see here, there was a kind of a blue link that was coming up previously, which was kind of an active link. Now it has been disabled. So since we changed the ingress control from directly allowing access from the internet to, like, accessing through the application load balancer, to a load balancer which has some kind of control. Now if I type in the same link now, I will get something like this, since we have removed the ingress control and kind of put it in a protected state. Now what we need to do is, now we will allow the traffic through a load balancer. So we are moving towards the SAML integration part. So as I showed in the diagram, like, in order to implement the SAML integration or Facebook sign-in, it is one of the primary requirement to have a kind of a external application load balancer over it. So we'll go to load balancer part, and the process of creating a load balancer is, like, you will click on create. It's visible. Yeah. So you will select one of the application load balancer. You can also select different kind of L4 or other kind of application load balancer, which is kind of a very vast topic, like which one to choose between what, right? So we'll choose a very simple application load balancer. And here in this case, load balancer is nothing but which kinds of distribute your external requests coming to your web application, right? So what we will do is, like, we will select this options where we would kind of, like, configure our load balancer with an HTTPS control, with an SSL certificate, right? And similarly, we will do something like GDG, and we'll change the protocol to HTTPS. This is already in use, so let's give a different name. So now we will select so for SSL, like, when you say HTTP is not a very protective way of, like, exposing your application. So we have to use HTTPS and SSL layer over it, so that we have kind of a certificate authority attached to it. So how to do it in Google Cloud Platform is, like, you create a new certificate, as you can see here. So here you can select something like GDG cert 1. Okay. Now in order to keep it very simple, I would create a Google managed certificate, right? And select some URLs. You have to select one of the domain names, right? So GDG, what I've done in the past, I would just put it there. Now this domain name I would select, and then I would put a create button. Now this certificate attachment takes a lot of time, like it takes close to like 1 hour so that your certificate becomes active on the internet. Because it has to take permission from the certificate authority, and it becomes very time consuming process. So whenever you are deploying an application with an SSL certificate layer over it, it will take you some time, right? So similarly, you will click on done, and then you need to select one of the backends. So we selected one of the backends called as GDG backend, which is nothing but our Cloud Run backend, which we can select. And under routing rules, you can keep something like your domain name, and slash. In this case, you have taken test as kind of a path, and then you select your this thing. Now you click on create. You just have to give the load balancer name, GDG LB something, right? So basically it will create a load balancer, and it will take some time to get the link activated. Also, like the front end IP URL, you need to actually configure it in the cloud domains. So you have to buy a domain name first, and then you have to create an A record so that you can attach your domain name to an IP address. So that if you, let's say, type amazon.com, it translates to an IP address, and then the Amazon application gets opened up. So this is how actually the process works. Then the next part that you need to do is like you need to select one of your identity provider. It can be a Facebook sign-in or what kind, like different kinds of identity providers. So in order to do that, like you need to go to identity platform. By the way, like this entire process unfortunately is not documented on any of the Google documentations. So this is something like I also did a lot of research on it and kind of come out with a solution for it. But it is in pipeline to get it documented very soon, probably towards the end of this year. So in order to like do a SAML integration, like you need to add a provider in your identity platform. So you need to click on SAML, right? And underneath it, you need to give your SAML ID, entity ID, SSO URL. So in case of Facebook, you need to give Facebook SSO URL. And the certificate, the private key will be provided by Facebook. So you need to kind of configure and get it there and get it configured here as well. And entity ID is like the Facebook's SAML ID that you need to put it here and then click on save. Now once you do that, your application basically starts working, right? So something like, although we can't show a demo for it because it's a very time consuming process, but I have it handy, I guess. Yes. So what happens is like that protected application, now I have basically like protected it with a kind of a SAML integration of auth0, not the Facebook one. So like I can go to sign in with GDG SAML auth, right? If I click on this, it opens the auth0 login page, right? So the login page, so if in case you are using Facebook, so you will see a Facebook login and username and password. So you need to provide Facebook username and password to get it logged in, right? So I would use one of the credentials that I have stored. So after giving the credentials, your application opens up. So this is kind of a protected application, right? So earlier you have seen like we just have opened it from the public URL and the page was visible. Now nobody can open the page directly. It has to go through this entire authentication mechanism to get this page open. So this is how you do it on Google Cloud Platform, and it is a very straightforward process. Unfortunately, it is not documented, but I would soon be creating good amount of documentation on Google. Yeah. So that's all about the demo. Any questions I would like to hear? I think no questions. Okay. I have a very silent audience, or maybe like the topic is too complicated, I would say. Yeah. Yes, it also offers you like a plain basic authentication as well, like username and password. So you give the username, so it is called an email/password authentication. I can show you. So if you go in here, so under identity, add a provider. When you add a provider, you need to go to, let's say, email password. So under email password, you need to like just give your email and password. Now this email should be your valid email name, right? That you can actually create your user under here. You can import the user from other Microsoft Azure AD as well, Active Directory. So that level of like support is there from the Google Cloud side. Yes. So I'm currently dealing with a lot of Google Cloud customers in my company projects. So where we have a requirement, actually Google is engaging with customer where they have their in-house solutions, right? So we are kind of importing their Active Directory to Google Cloud Active Directory, and then we are kind of carrying out all the authentication mechanisms. Yeah, that's it for my session. I hope you liked it. In case of any questions, then you can just reach out to me on my LinkedIn. I would be happy to answer that.
All right, thank you so much for Arjun sir for your valuable insights. Can I please call Darshan up on the stage to give you the momentum?
थोड़ा सा इधर तक
Alright, so we're up to our last session of the day here. But before we do that, let's do an activity here, alright? And it's kind of a debate. Okay, how many of you have used Siri here? Siri की Siri use नहीं की? Of course. Alexa कितने लोगों ने use किया है? Google's assistant. Okay. I mean, it makes sense. We're at a Google event. Right? So we'll have a very small debate between two people here. Google Assistant guy, come up on the stage here, please. Yes. Can we have a round of applause for him, please? Yes. And we need one more person here. Okay, you know what? Since he said Google Assistant also, pick an AI that I mentioned. Siri, Alexa, or Google Assistant. Google Assistant. Okay. I need two more people. Someone who says Siri is better. Anyone? सबसे पहले आपने बोला जो I said I don't use it. अच्छा सबसे पहले बंद किया है. Come on, anyone who likes Siri here? No? Okay, I think she's out. I see. Okay, Alexa. Alexa is okay. Huh? Alexa
Amazon ने out कर दिया, हमने फिर ना करा.
Okay, I need one person here who has used Alexa. Come on, this is.
चलो कोई और आ जाए. मैंने तो अरे सलाम. घर में नेस्ट भी के लिए.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll have a small debate between these two. Okay, इन लोग को अपने points रखने हैं why your AI is better. Alright, that's it. Very simple. Alright, can we have one more microphone here, please? जिसके पास है. Okay, there you go.
Okay. I like Google Assistant because उसकी आवाज़ अच्छी लगती है.
Alexa is also improving on its sound as well, but the good part is like Alexa understands more prompts for me. It won't give you useless answer. Although I work at Google, doesn't mean that I would just appreciate the helpness, by the way.
And one thing for Google Assistant I have used, I can create my custom commands. Suppose I want to say what is my name, so I can create a one prompt, what is my name, and for the answer he can give the answer, my name is Harshit Mehra. So that's the good one.
I'm using the latest version of Alexa, and I'm able to like configure all those things as well.
That's no I.
One of you has to win.
So basically what happens is like given the user base, right? So Alexa wins hands down, right? So it is more for like, it has been more in number of years in the industry, and the amount of sale for Alexa is definitely more than Google Nest as well. At my home, I have like 3 to 4 devices of Google Home, but they are getting dusted somewhere in the in some corner. But I actively use Alexa because of like the I don't know why, but it is like getting used more and more number of features, I would say.
But have you used any other application? I mean, have you used Siri or with the Google Cloud Assistant?
Google Cloud
Assistant. Google Assistant.
Google Assistant, yeah, I do it on a daily basis. Pixel phone is there, yeah.
You have used Siri also?
Siri, I am not an iPhone user or yeah.
Same here. I have no iPhone.
No idea what to say.
Then I don't say that Alexa would be the best.
Yes. Then you have valid point. Why don't you just chime in?
No, I meant if you are comparing both of them, then you have to use at least both of them to understand the difference.
That totally makes sense.
If you are only using maybe say Google Assistant and you are not using Alexa or Siri, you won't be able to understand what the difference between them. So I would actually suggest take up all the three of them and then you decide what will be the best for you. So I think Alexa would be still there, but Siri still wins.
Yeah, that's a very because I never use, so I don't comment, unfortunately.
That's why I said you should be able to use
I would try to use it.
Yeah. Let's do a public poll here. People who are on the side of Alexa, give me a cheer. Cheer का मतलब क्या होता है? थोड़ा चिल्लाना पड़ता है. Okay. And Google Assistant वाले लोग.
दे दो यार. It's a Google event, so. We will reach one. Definitely, like in terms of cloud, I am seeing that the way we are engineering things at Google, the day is not far that we will outbeat AWS services one day, for sure.
Okay, nice. Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause? Okay, good, nice. Okay, just to kill a little more time before our last session. Okay, you know what? Let's do it. Yeah, the time. Okay, cool. Can we have Devangi up on the stage, please? Here, Ajo.
You can have one more activity, I guess. That's
Okay, about छोटा सा debate. Okay, console or PC?
yeah, ये तो
बहुत छोटा सा debate है. Me being a game developer, I want to know. Okay, console or PC? PC.
What is the current difference between console and PC? Can you explain that? Current.
Oh, okay. So according to me, yeah, देखो, I'm a very big PC supporter. Okay, so PCs, I know PCs are way more customizable, right? Consoles, but you don't have that customizability option that much. Like until PS5, I think PS5 was not able to push the FPS also that PC was doing. PC में तो some games to reach an insane amount of like 400, 500 FPS also. Alright, so that's what it does for me, PC, because it's way more powerful than any console. Alright, you can do a lot of other work also. Like for me, I can make games on PC also and then play them on PC also, right? Console, but I cannot do that. I think Xbox has some developer-specific console development SDK, right? But for me, PC wins, alright? I don't want to give my opinion here, यहाँ पर, because I want to know लोगों का opinion. How many PC supporters here? How many console supporters here? PC wins, okay? Yeah, exactly. We're developers, so we are going to support the PC landscape. Alright, that's nice. So, without any further ado, let's move on to our last session of the day. Alright, I want everyone to have a nice energy here. Alright, because iske baad we'll all meet next year only. You know what? No, we'll meet at more of GDG Indoors event. Right?
And I just posted a story tagging the hash of DevFest 2023, and I recently saw my favorite influencer. I want to ask you all, who are your favorite influencers? Anyone? Any names? Anyone? Your favorite influencers? Who are your favorite? Yours? Any YouTuber on Instagram, someone you follow, you like? Okay. Carry with that, okay? What about you, Kush? Who is your favorite influencer?
Oh, that's a big question. Who is my favorite influencer? Is it weird to say Arpit Bala?
Okay, that's great. Well, I just talk so many people. But क्या आपने कभी सोचा है the views these people get on media and YouTube channels on their Instagram pages? What about them? How do these things work? This is all we are going to get into our minds by the next session we are having.
Alright, to introduce Code Vipassana, AI for video analytics and social media, we would like to invite Mr. Karan Mittal on stage. He is an AI and data solutions architect and an organizer at TensorFlow User Group Indore. Has been working with companies for developing data solutions, focusing on bringing the best out of it. Please welcome him on stage. Yeah, let's get the energy up. Thank you.
सी टाइप में
Hello everyone. Everyone can hear me clearly? Oh, good. Okay. So yeah, we will start and finish a little early because quite a less time we have now. So in 15 minutes we will try to wrap up. What we are going to do today is talk about Google Cloud
And as well as there is one very interesting program that is going on with Google Cloud. That is Code Vipassana that you can see. So those people who are interested in it, they can definitely search it on Google and register for it. It's free and open for all students, professionals alike. For beginners who want to utilize Google Cloud, okay. So let's see what actually we are doing this time. So right now, Code Vipassana season 4 is going on, and we are focusing majorly on Gen AI. So we have a lot of code labs, and with it, when you register, you also get coupon codes which you can use to get $5 to $10 credits, so that you can utilize and create some apps of your own in Google Cloud. Okay. So this is one such thing. So this time around, I am taking one code lab from it. You can check out. It's on. It's this one, Generative AI for Video Analytics and Vertex AI. This has been developed alongside Ravi, and there are other authors as well in this code lab, but majorly from Code Vipassana team. So now we will just take a look at what this code lab looks like, and it's going to be very easy, fairly simple. What you need to do when you are trying this out is simply create your account on Google Cloud if you don't have one, make a billing account, and when you register on this, you will get an email with the coupon code. You can utilize that and get the $5 credit. Okay. So not going too deep into it. If I just click on this and open, okay, what's the code lab looking like? It will open for me something like this. So very simple, 10-step. Alright, you might not be able to see in the right side of me, but so here you can simply see what we are trying to make. So the problem statement for this particular code lab was that there is a lot of data around YouTube and all aside, private private data for the companies that includes documents, your transcripts of all the meetings the companies hold, and YouTube videos of course, but alongside that training materials and audio files. And there's so much data right now in so many companies that like suppose for me, I have worked with a lot of clinical companies, so their data is so proprietary that I cannot even use right now OpenAI or any sort of chatbot. Even I cannot like enter that data there. So it's always a problem for me. So what I would like to do is I would like to automate some stuff for me. So here I have tried one example where I have inputted the transcript of the videos. So this can be done with meeting transcripts as well, if you can figure that out. There is a function in Google Cloud's API also, I think they get that, where you can include the meets, Teams, I think Microsoft Teams is being utilized in a lot of companies. So those transcripts can also be included in this. Simply what we are going to do is, we'll provide it with in this example, we'll provide a YouTube link to the Google API, to the API, and with that, it will download the transcript, it will load it in the memory, and pre-process it somehow, and then send it to the Vertex API, and then it will try to answer my question. So we will see that step by step. So that's what I explained here, but the live demo is also running. You can directly go there. So like I have already prepared one demo for you guys. The notebook, very easy, just install some of the important libraries. So Google Cloud API platform for connecting to the Vertex API and other cloud related services. LangChain, how many of you must have heard of LangChain? I think it's pretty popular, no? Python यूज क्यों नहीं करते हो यार? क्या यूज क्या करते हो? Node.js कितने लोग यूज करते हैं यहाँ पे? हाँ उठाओ, आप बताओ, तो क्राइम थोड़ी ना कर दिया है। तो क्या यूज करते हो आप लोग? और रस्ट, Node.js, रस्ट, पाइथन, और क्या पॉपुलर? जावा, जूलिया, तो काफी रेयर है, कोई है डेवलपर यहाँ पे जूलिया का? So basically all of this can also be done in other languages, but I will recommend Python and Java and Node.js. Node.js के अंदर there is a very good API for LangChain as well. So you can try this example with Node.js as well. Alright. And the other one is ChromaDB. How many of you have heard of vector databases? So अभी सब लोग बोल रहे होंगे ना embeddings या vector databases अभी काफी popular हुए थे. So databases सबको पता है. Normal information, text, numerical. vector databases try to store the information in numerical form. So basically, when I say I have asked any question or I have given any text to the LLM, so it cannot directly consume that information. We need to convert it into numerical embeddings. So those are being stored in the vector databases. That's why this ChromaDB. It's a local vector database. It's not something that is on the cloud or something. So it's also, you can run on the PyTube, YouTube transcript API. This is for gaining the transcript from the YouTube videos. And lastly, the Grid.io. Grid.io is something that we are just using for the like giving it a visual appearance, nothing else. So simply go to any cloud notebook and run this. I think this should be pretty straightforward. This is the step where you might face some issues. So let's see how to go about this. So in the cell number 2, and you can also see this in the and you can also see this in the step number 2 is that you need to authenticate. Okay. So simply you have installed all the softwares. Then you go to your Google Cloud account and enable the Vertex API. So in Google Cloud, what happens is there are a lot of services. So Vertex API being one of them, it's also very costly. Not a lot, but like it costs to run. So not by default, all the services are not enabled by default. So what you can do is, you can go to your Google Cloud account, search IAM. IAM is Access Manager or Identity Manager basically. Open this. And you will if you are using it for the first time, you will have only one user like me. Just click on this, say into grant access, and you click on this. Here you can add just write in your email, and when you write it, you can then here choose Vertex AI user. Suppose like for me, I used it very recently, that's why it came. But you can also type here. It will come. Like this. Okay, once you select this and also open this Vertex API, like for me I have already enabled, so I will not do that again. And then go to Vertex API from here. Here you can enable Vertex AI, not API. Yeah, I don't need to enable the API right now. I can get by enabling the AI also. So what exactly is Vertex AI? I would like to talk about that. So you can think of Vertex AI as a suite of MLOps tools with large language models and various other ML models with data loading and output. Like it can generate outputs easily for you. It can ingress all sorts of data, so that can be video sorts or transcripts or audios or satellite imagery or anything you can think of. Most popular image formats you will be able to consume via this, right? So suppose you come here and it will show, okay, enable Vertex AI. So you can click on this. For me, I have already enabled, that's why it's asking me for other search APIs. But for this tutorial, we just need to enable one. Okay, going back to this code. Once you do that, then you can run this cell. And when you run it, it will just ask you to authenticate via your Google account, whichever you have tried to create your notebook. After that, it will ask you for the project ID. Now, project IDs you can think of as something very core, like every API or every service that you are trying to use, that comes under a project, like a sample project. But it doesn't mean like a simple API only. A project can be a suite of services together. So here for me, if I want to know, or suppose you want to know, where is your project ID. So again, you go to dashboard, you click on this, like in the here you can see my first project. You click on this, here you can see, okay, this is the project. Okay, I have some you will have multiple projects as well. So just select the project where you have enabled the service, right? Do that. Come back here. and you execute this cell. Okay, once you execute this cell, now most of your authentications and what I will say environment setup is done. Now after that, we can now move back to the code tab and see why we are doing what we are doing. Alright. It's not. So most of you, some of you might have tried it with OpenAI. How many of you tried to build something like GenAI, like just give response, get response back, something like that with OpenAI in Node.js, right? So how easy it is to make? Like you just need to send an API response request and get an API response back. That's pretty much it, right? So here's also Vertex API. Vertex AI makes it that easy for us as well. And in Google with Palm 2, we get a lot of different models for our use case. So here in this case, I'm using the large language model, that is Bison. So that's what I'm trying to load here. Now here you might also like to tweak the temperature. So suppose I will show you, like the responses that it is generating for me are very like a little vague, but if you want more specific responses, you can change it to 0.01 or like more like to the hundreds of place rather than to the tens place. Or if you want it more creative, then maybe set it to tens or 20s. So it will be more like it will start hallucinating basically. You can keep a control on that. And verbose is simply top peak of K. I think you can take that on that day. So overall, the architecture of the app that we are trying to build is this. So what we are trying to do is simply in the left part you can see ingestion, and the right part is the RAG chain. RAG chain is something set up by Google for us already. That is the Vertex AI. In the left we have the documents and let's understand this. So here instead of PDF, think of it as transcript. Transcript is all the text of that particular video, whatever was said in that video. Okay, transcript is that way. You ingest that as a document and you split it into chunks. So I will not ingest the whole 12-page, 13-page transcript at once. Rather, I will chunk it into pages. So like 12 pages, 13 pages. So that's what we are doing right here. And chunks are still text. So they are still pages. So it can be like, it's still text. It's not something that computers or LLMs can understand or ingest easily. So for that, we convert that into embeddings. Then we simply give it to LLM or Vertex AI. It will start with creating the index. Now index is something like it creates a separate index of its own in the vector store or vector DB. So in the normal, when you create an index, it's something it makes the searching of the element easier in the whole database. So that's what we do. We also do in the vector database, but that's for vector embeddings. Okay, that's pretty much it. What we are trying to build here. All of this is being handled by the Vertex AI. So it's that easy. You can literally, I think, make this whole app in 30 to 40 minutes if you have no experience of Python or Google, just by following that particular code. So here they are explaining why we are doing chunking, why we are doing embeddings. That's pretty much it. If we are done with this step, then we simply load and chunk the video. So yeah, let's look at this directly. Okay. So here is the I will say important part maybe that you can take any YouTube video of your choice and paste its URL here, and then you can do this YouTube loader from YouTube URL, include your YouTube URL, and you will get its embeddings transcripts, and it will then do the embedding also for you. Okay, so YouTube loader from YouTube URL. This particular line and YouTube URL can be anything. Look, here you can see like I have 3-4 URLs. You can do a whole lot more. Then we are just printing how many number of documents. So it's the length of the transcript that it has. And simply we are retrieving some embeddings from the chroma. And okay, so I think this particular format might be useful for you guys. So you all have you might have seen or used ChatGPT, and you might have seen that the answer that it is giving is quite wrong. Like not even like you will say like marginally wrong is something different, but वो तो खुद से ही बना लिया उसने कुछ, right? कि कुछ अलग ही रिस्पॉन्स आ गया यार, ये तो हमने सोचा ही नहीं था। तो वो ना करें, उसके लिए हमें प्रॉम्प्ट देना पड़ता है। तो in LangChain what you will do is what I have given the prompt is answer the following question in a detailed manner using information from the text below. If the answer is not in the text, say I don't know and do not generate your own response. Okay. So this I will think you will see a whole lot more often, because even Google, even OpenAI, even Amazon's Bedrock, none of them are basically will work without this. I will show you an example where recently one of my favorite authors, what he did was, he was trying to review some research papers. So he gave that PDF to LLM, and what that LLM did was, it said, okay, I cannot review this paper for you because this is a proprietary text. Okay, what he did was, he said that I am the author of the paper. So the LLM reviewed it. So it's that easy to jailbreak this thing. Not Google, it was OpenAI. Google will be a little bit more stricter. Simply, you create a format of question, the text here is the context of the video, the transcript. And then the question again, and simply it will return it as an answer. The parameters are again temperature, macro tokens, all that. Simply you will get a response. So you created a function in this type of format. Okay, just the SMR. And then what you do is, this is a very small part of the making this as a UI. So Grade.io gives you a lot of components, a lot of functions to make some sort of UI. So here I am just using one of it, the interface function, where I am passing in a function getResponse. So what getResponse will do is, it will take in the input text from the user and return the output as a text format, I guess. And then we are just creating the app. If I show you, hopefully it runs. Okay. Okay. So suppose like I ask it, like the video that what is the video about? Let's see. Let's see what does it give. The video is about how Taylor Swift became an icon. So I think I might be able to ask, how did she became an icon? Taylor Swift stood out as a rebel who stood for. So this is all coming from video. This is completely like you can now change the video to anything else that you want, and you can get the review of that whole video. Right now this is in a sort of free trial mode, so it will not cost you much, and it will also not take a bigger video. But if you want, you can practically give it 5 hours or 10 hours long videos. I think Bard also recently, Google also recently like released a newer version of Bard where it is able to actually also pass much more lengthier videos. But when do you use this? This is not exactly what you do. Rather, if you have your private data or data that you cannot actually share or that is not publicly available, that's where you use this. That is this solution or this sort of solution exists for that. So that's what I wanted to show you. Now regarding, like once you are done with this, like that's what the code lab actually showed. You can definitely execute this code lab. It is not going to cost you that amount of money, and you can definitely get that $5 credit. So this whole application should be very easy for you. Now again, people who are interested in Code Vipassana, they can search Code Vipassana on Google. You will get the website link from there. You can register, and yeah, like there are still some sessions left which are happening in December. So yeah, do join us there. It's majorly for beginners and professionals both, and we try to keep our content very beginner friendly. So even if you are new to Google Cloud, you don't know much, you will still be able to execute and create the app side by side with us. So definitely I hope that everybody of you do register on this and join us in this great initiative to educate us all about Gen AI and learn more, build more things together. Okay, alright, thank you so much. कुछ क्वेश्चंस हो आपके पूछ सकते हो, but I think everybody Yeah.
Yes, sir. Karan sir, in any case, like we are just using the video link. Apart from you are showing the architect, there is like PDF also available. So any chance we have a particular internal company PDF, and the PDF containing lots of text with some images, there is some kind of data available in terms of maybe some ID cards of the customer or kind of thing. So can we use this tool to extract those details with the
Yeah. So in that case, since here we are using this language specific model, there we can use the PaLM API vision model. So that will be much better to pass images and text alongside. Here, since we have the transcript that is purely available in text, so we were able to use it here.
So in general, whatever the process we do by using those websites that are already coded, the actual code, like the actual model, how it's built and where it is, like how that models are created actually.
So that's like, think of PaLM is actually open source. Like PaLM 2 is not, as far as I'm aware, but PaLM is. So you can actually go and check out the architecture of that. If you are interested in foundation models, it's definitely a good thing and thriving industry as well. So I will recommend. But yeah, if you want to learn more, you can actually read about how the PaLM 2 is also built. They are pretty open about it, how Bison is built, how they are passing the text, and how they are creating their networks inside it. I think it's a really interesting read.
Sir, but like the things when it is already built, I'm just asking that we are not innovating anything by implementing those things.
So with Gen AI, it's not about you always building the foundation models. So it's not like you try to build the Python language is already built. So it's not like you try to build another language, right? When you have a problem. So it's more about you try to solve the problem. So that's why Gen AI exists. The thing with Gen AI in general that I have understood is, like even Roman's, even in Roman's session you saw that how deeply integrated it is with the Google Cloud, right? So the reason for that being is, it helps us create things faster. It helps us build things faster. It helps us catch errors faster. So it's another tool in our whole supply chain that is making us more efficient. That's the reason that Gen AI exists. Definitely foundational models need to be researched, and if you are interested, you should definitely pursue that. It's wonderful field. But again, it's not something that everyone will do. Something like languages are still being created, you know. It's something that very few do. So if you are interested, you should definitely pursue. Of course, it's creating a language, I feel, is still much more complicated than having a foundational model. But you know, when you are creating a foundational model, you will have to actually look up how so many things are working inside, why this particular network behaves the way it does, and how that data is being passed, why it's returning that sort of response. And then again, you might have seen another initiative of Google recently that was how to unlearn things in this particular format, how to unlearn the already learned things. So that's a really interesting problem statement as of now. So yeah, there you have it. Like if you want, you should, and you will also get a lot of documentation from Google itself. There are certain foundation models that Google has already open source. You can take inspiration, already fork them on GitHub, and try to build something off from them.
Yeah, because in India, whatever we do in AI/ML also, whatever I heard, we just build already built models. On that only we work, and cloud also.
Yeah, I agree
The
that
research is not
that looks like the case, but that is not the case, to be honest. Because everywhere, like the whole world is connected. Think of it that way. It's not something like proprietary to US or something like that. A lot of Indians are working on it actually, you know. So even in OpenAI, you might have seen like so many of their researchers are actually Indians. So it's not something I will say, at least in the ML research wise. But yeah, like I do feel the way that you are thinking, I do understand that. So yeah, you should be like some of the people who should start researching here. There will be a few people that you will know also. There are people researching it here, essentially in India. Okay, we can close now, I think. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Karan, for such an amazing, informative session. I have an announcement to do. Karan has recently brought TensorFlow user group in Indore, and he is leading the same. So I would request everyone, if you need any of the information regarding the same, you can follow TensorFlow user group on Instagram and ask out the questions, and you can stay connected on Instagram as well. Right?
How many of you are already in our JDG groups, JDG WhatsApp groups? So people who are not yet, they can connect me or any of the volunteers here. Okay, and from there you can get my number, or like I will just post like all the group links will be posted in all of those groups, so you can join TensorFlow groups as well from there. Okay.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah, we have a very active Discord community as well. So if a lot of you are actually like also on Discord, like, actively posting, actively talking over tech, so you should definitely join that community as well, because we are trying to push our communities over there as well. Acha, I actually wanted to have a poll also. How many of you actually use WhatsApp versus Discord? Like, which one of you prefer in terms of community-related things? Okay, for Discord, how many hands? Okay, so and for WhatsApp? WhatsApp is huh? email, yeah. How many of you think like JDG Indore's email you see much more often than like you do see receive those emails, or do they go in spam? But you know, for like so people who see those emails easily from JDG Indore, raise your hand. Not a lot of people. So for others, you don't receive emails from our community, right? Okay, we'll try to have your emails as well. Okay, awesome. Okay, so thank you so much for coming, joining us.
Thank you so much, Karan, for such an amazing session. Now I would like to call Sevi to present the memento as a token of appreciation. Yeah, thank you.
One more.
Thank you so much, Karan. Thank you so much, Avi. Now, I would also like to call the photography team up on the stage to get the memento. And Udit sir here to present the memento, please. Come up on the stage.
Sir, उनको बोलते टीम पूरी
Everyone who is there in the photography team, come on. Don't be shy.
Eight.
Alright, so all the sessions are now ended. How many of you were here for the first time for DevFest? Just a show of hands. Okay. So was Devangi. Okay. Devangi, how was your first DevFest experience?
Undoubtedly, it was truly incredible. Yes, this was my first ever DevFest, and now I can say it's truly worth the hype. As being here with some amazing personalities and got to learn so many new things, it gave me immense pleasure to hold this mic in front of you and speak my heart out loud. You guys have been such an amazing audience.
A round of applause for yourselves, please. Alright. So as this DevFest journey concludes, remember, innovation knows no bounds when a community unites. Your passion ignites the tech landscape, turning challenges into opportunities. Carry this inspiration forward, let curiosity guide you, and together let's sculpt a future where every line of code tells a story of progress. Until we meet again on the horizons of possibilities, keep dreaming, keep coding, and let's keep inspiring. Thank you everyone. It was me, your host Kushagra, along with Devangi and Ayushi. Thank you. We'll see you in the next one. Yeah, everyone come up on stage for a group picture, please.
Everybody, please come.
Everyone, group picture time.
According to the height.
लाइव हो गया लाइव बोल दिया लाइव बन गया ठीक आप बस इससे फोटो ले लीजिए बाकी वीडियो बंद तो लास्ट तक जाना तो थोड़ा पीछे वीडियो तो बंद करना है वीडियो बंद हो गया फोटो लेने से आप ले सकते हो